What up, YouTube? Welcome back to another live stream. It is Monday the 12th. Donald Trump is speaking on Twitter Spaces as I speak. And I am going to listen to it during the stream. So.
It's just a chart that in my last week we had the best illegal
What's up, Balin?
immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous chart. But that was the lowest point ever recorded. It was a really, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes,
Sure.
and in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that, but they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Well, I mean, would it be accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal immigration, because and that's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most
What's up, Pablo
people
and
who
Paul?
are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell the difference unless there's
Why is our
vetting
bot
of
not
who
in the
comes
chat
across the
today?
border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it very simply.
What's going
they have
on,
to come in
What's
legally.
going on?
They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version
Did we
of that
turn
is
off
insane
the
asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you look at, it's so sad, October 7th, because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad when you look at Ukraine. It should
we
have
turned off
never
the
happened.
message.
We have a defective government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border.
What's up, Nipper
Because you had
1971? Shout out
millions of
to
people
you.
coming in a month. And then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's
Dang.
going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way,
What I
they have
needed to
another
do is
5
when you guys
months
do those,
that they can do something, but they won't
is
do
you need to
anything.
get points.
It's all talk. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly,
Those
I
those
think
should
that
also
she's
be
more
like points
incompetent
rewards.
than he is.
Maybe
And
I can
that's
set that
saying
up
something
now.
because he's not too good.
Let's see.
Yeah. No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border, and
And
uh,
secure elections,
you
too.
know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real
Dude, I
border,
don't know what the
or
triggers are for
we
YouTube
can't
members
function
yet.
as a country, and our service, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, um, and as we were talking about earlier, I think having um, a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, and I think I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Um, who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to um, our society and to our economy,
Right.
and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion, but some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like you know, uh, has a career in theft or robbery. I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, um, because we're such a target-rich environment. Um, I mean, Why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because I mean, it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in L.A. or New York, compared to other parts of the world, and and in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's insane.
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it, but uh, you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're
I
allowing,
think you're
again,
right.
they're
Yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers, they're taking, frankly, their prisoners, they're emptying out their prisons, they're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're
Yeah.
delivering them into
But
the.
that's what Castro did
Yeah,
that.
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things, and they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you.
Oh
We're
man,
going to
it
give
don't
you the
even
death penalty or
exist.
kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people, and it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because now she's trying to say she
Sure.
had nothing to do with it, and she's such a liar because she was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location which had nothing to do with where the problem is. She went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
had nothing to do where the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was
Well.
the
Well.
border czar, and people
Yeah. Yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But uh, the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
it's simply not working.
No, it's
I mean,
horrible.
whether it's by whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's
I don't
real.
know what's up with
I'm like
that.
seeing this in real.
Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that.
These
So
these are
people
people.
can look at my video and say, hey,
Yeah.
these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that
um,
Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are
Welcome, Dave
really
Mann.
rough people coming across.
What's up, D. Scott?
And I know rough people. And these are people
Migrant.
that we don't want in our country. And the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
Yeah.
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger
Banana?
than you would think is they're also taking.
Dude, I should just make Donald Trump
people.
speak
Now, these
in
aren't
banana
people that
right
will
now.
Kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive.
It's not working, is it? I can't even
They
hear
are just
it.
not productive. I mean,
Oh,
for
it
whatever
might be
reason. They're
working.
not
Yeah, yeah.
workers, or they don't want to work, or whatever.
I don't
And
know
these
what
countries
happened
are
there.
getting rid of non-productive people
Didn't
in the
trigger
caravans,
properly.
in many cases. And they're also getting rid of
I mean,
their
it did,
murderers
but-
and their drug dealers and the people that are really
It did, but it
brutal
didn't.
people. And they're coming into our country
Yeah.
at levels that have never been
I'm
seen
not really
before.
sure what's going on.
And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm
We'll see if it
walking
ends
over here,
properly.
and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
Yeah, no,
we have 20 million people
this, I
for
think,
it. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than the past 3.5 years. I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't have a country
at
left.
that point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is a super important point. Like, people, it's like, basically, when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico.
No, Mexico less.
It's just the border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only, about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in
We're
the US.
already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming. From the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently.
Okay, the trigger didn't work.
And they're dropped. They
Yeah,
drop
so
them. They take them
to
out
rank
of
up the
jail,
naturalist role,
which is very expensive.
you want to,
maintain the jail, so they don't
well,
do too much
I guess
maintaining,
we want to mute Donald Trump real quick. So you want to do your daily challenge. That's going to give you 200 XP. You want to study animals when you get near them the first time, because if you sedate them or kill them, it automatically checks off as studied, but you don't get the 50 XP. So if you want that 50 XP, do that. Go to Harry and start your poached animal missions. Those give you 300 XP. And then other than that, other than doing those things, the best thing that you could do is just go like in Le Gras by Harriet and just go to Harriet and buy all your sedative rounds. And then just go sampling until you're out. So get 5 alligators, get 5 snapping turtles, boars, whatever's there. Go to Emerald and get all the sheep and the cows, especially if it's nighttime, because then you don't get witnesses that often. But you don't really get witnesses if you're sedating. And get all your samples from the sheep and the goats and the cows. And then, jackrabbits, badgers, whatever's running around in Emerald. Just get all your samples until you're completely out of sedatives. And then go to Harriet, sell all your samples, buy new sedative rounds, start another poached animal mission while you're there, finish the mission, and then do more sampling until you get to rank 5. Once you're rank 5, you're just gonna do legendary animal mission farming. You're just gonna go into one, sedate the animal, get the sample, maybe sedate other animals while you're in that mission, and then go sell that. You're gonna get 300 for sedating the animal in the mission, and you're gonna get 100 for selling the legendary sample to Harriet. So it's 400 XP. And then you're just gonna keep sell the samples, start another mission. Get the sample, go to Harriet, sell the sample. And in between, collect more gator samples and snapping turtles and whatever's right there in Le Gras when you're going to Harriet. But that's really the only way. I mean, you got to grind it.
Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
and we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah. No. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries, that are, thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president? Or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would rightfully be. I mean, look at that.
Oh my God.
Okay,
trying to get my freaking pelicans over here.
Don't mess with me. I mean, that's like, whereas I think people are not going to, they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden. And they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the president is someone that
I didn't get a single one of those, did I?
Dictators are scared of. That makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, then you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world, going all over Europe. Biden came in, and they said, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline. The biggest pipeline, they were looking at that to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline, that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers. Shut it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow. I allowed it in my first week. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense.
What's up, Landon? How you
It's
doing
like,
today?
it's inconsistent.
Dank Oil, what's up? Shout out to you guys.
Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is
I
intimidating
wonder why my
or
filter
not
didn't work.
intimidating,
Dude, we had it working
and
so
how much that
perfectly
matters
yesterday.
to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts it puts the
Yeah.
whole
Maybe
world
it
in
did.
business.
Maybe I
Elon,
just
know
had
every
it
one of
muted.
them, and I know them well. I know Putin. I know President Xi. I know Kim
'Cause
Jong Un
maybe
of North Korea. I
is
know
it-
every
is
one
it-
of them.
Is it unmuted?
And let me tell you, people will say, "Oh, this is terrible." He said, "I'm not saying anything good or
Yeah.
bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough. They're smart.
Maybe I just
they're vicious,
had it
and
muted,
they're going
so
to
it didn't
protect their
unmute.
country.
'Cause
Whether they
there's no
love their
trigger for
country, they
unmute.
probably do. It's just a different form of love.
Oh, well,
but
there's
they're
not
gonna
a trigger
protect their
set up to
country.
unmute it.
But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. You know, when I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles.
Oh, you guys notice my camera wiggling about?
Hard to believe, actually. Especially when you look at what
I tried to fix it,
Our
so,
country is
like,
so bad right
if
now.
I
It's such a
move,
different
like,
place. We were
it keeps
respected.
me in frame.
Think of it. 4
You
years
know?
ago, we were so respected.
If I
to
wiggle
a
about,
point where, when I said don't buy
Should be,
oil,
like,
they didn't
moving,
buy oil.
I don't know.
But they had
Maybe
no
it's not.
money,
Yeah.
and Israel would have never
But it
been
should be
attacked.
trying to.
Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do
Hello.
it, Vladimir. You
I
do
guess
it. It's
since
gonna
I
be a
mentioned it, it
bad
just stopped
day.
working.
You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said,
Oh,
way.
shit.
It didn't
He
switch
knows
to
what
Batman.
happened.
Oh, it
Oh,
did switch to Batman.
He would
just
never.
had a little
I got
delay.
along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again.
We was the
Getting
banana
along
for a
well with him
second,
is a good thing, not a bad
but
thing.
now we're
I got
Batman.
along well with
Yeah.
Kim Jong Un.
This camera
I
needs to
with
follow me.
President Obama.
I need to move it.
Just before entering, you know, it's
Let's,
and I sat down with him. And
let's
we
fix
talked
this camera.
for a very short period of time.
It's
It
kinda-
was a long period of
Kind of
time.
janky,
I
dude.
said, "What's the
Hold
biggest
on.
problem?" He said, "North Korea."
Where's it at?
I had that problem.
Right here. Okay. Back over here.
got along with him.
Sorry,
We
I
were
wasted
no
your
danger.
I wasted your
President
points.
Obama, President Obama
they
thought we were going
respond-
to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's
Yeah,
got a lot
that's
of
true.
nuclear stuff.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim, Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength.
I gave him back.
And
Why is my thing not
He and I
moving?
had a good
strength,
relationship.
they,
Remember,
Yeah.
remember I met him and we
Bruh.
walked onto his land.
Bro. It's moving over here. It's moving over here.
And it was
It's not moving
it was
over
an
here.
amazing period.
Why not?
But we were not in danger of me.
Why?
I always say
Why
that
I
we
say?
have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I can mention names, but I really don't want to give the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and Bush to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
The biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one-eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and you don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone.
I need a lot of
Russia
animal
defeated
fat.
Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. They've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force.
Yeah. So,
and it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause it. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to... We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III. And when looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity. And it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about. They actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from
100%.
other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over it.
Oh, yeah.
Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron
We
Dome.
get a pop-up on the
And
screen?
we're going to make it all in
I don't
the
think
United
anything
States.
popped up.
We're going to
I
have,
hear the
we're going to have
noise.
protection. Because it just takes one maniac to, start something. We're going to have protection. And we're going to have, why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has...
I'm going to have to go to my
Iron Dome.
moonshine shack here in a
But,
second.
with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that they can't buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass
No,
on you.
they could not.
So they don't need Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, why does it
when you
keep
think
popping up that my
somebody
moonshine
that does
is
this for a
fucking
living
ready?
can't
Am I
answer
getting
a question
session
or is
swapped?
afraid to do an interview?
I feel like
and
I'm
in her
getting
case,
session
was a very
swapped.
friendly interview. She's got
Oh,
all
I
friendly
am in the
interviewers.
middle of a
It's
session
pretty
right now.
Yes, absolutely.
But the big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that
I'm having trouble getting into a lobby.
is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy.
It's
a
failing to
disaster
merge me.
with inflation.
That's why my
The
moonshine keeps
inflation,
popping up over and
it
over and
doesn't
over and
matter
over
what
again.
you make. The inflation is eating you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening, and we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible? And we need to look at our we're currently adding I think $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days. And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceed the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps
Question, what's up?
Our military, largely rebuilt our military, did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won, the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI. And I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're going to need a lot of electricity. You're going to need tremendous electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Right. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so that the country lives within its means, just like a person.
The waste is incredible, and nobody negotiates prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I watched through it. like just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign
What's
in
up,
general. I
Leslie?
said, "Sir, will you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two
Trying to
planes,
listen
two
to Elon and Don. Oh
747s.
wait, can you
And
hear
the
it?
price
Okay.
was $5.7
I can make it a little
billion
louder if you
for
can't
two
hear it.
planes. Now,
Wow.
now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very. I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's a
number.
crazy number, but I said I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over the course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer
Ranger
paint
Mac,
job,
what's
if
up,
you want
brother?
to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved
So you
one, and
guys
I
see
said to
that
Boeing,
that alert
man,
that
you guys must
goes
make
on
a
the
lot of
bottom of the
money if you
screen?
can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is
I
that
got a
they're
new
going
idea for
back
it.
to the Biden
I want to put it
administration
into a
and
toast.
wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion
900,000
for the
concurrent
exact same
listeners.
plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items. And
Multiply it by
yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah.
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, if so, I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't
I
tell
think
me
it would be
that.
great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard
1.3 million
in a good
other
way.
listeners right now.
And
Shout
I
out to
think
Dave.
to help out
Redeem the banana man.
reform.
Well, you're the
Ooh
greatest
ee
cutter.
ooh ah ah
Now look at
ting
what you
tang
did.
bala bing bang.
You want to quit? They go on strike. I won't
Elon
mention the
thought that
name
was
of the
funny.
company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina,
Well, I'd be happy to
yeah,
help
by the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat.
I joined at a great time.
But
Welcome, Jenks. Okay, see how it says Jenks has been awarded 100
great.
points?
And you're an interesting
I want to
character.
modify that.
The
I
new
want it to come in like this. Like,
place called Argentina.
how can we do this?
And
Okay, let's
he's
do.
a big,
Malay's
he's,
awesome.
he's great. And
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan. You know that. He ran on MAGA. And he took it to
It's
an
important image.
He ran on MAGA. And I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he bought of it. But he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like
Yes,
2,000%.
exactly.
They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from the government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all.
So we have a toast
what
here.
Malay is
Probably
doing,
can't see it.
Is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying
picture
things.
there.
He's putting in regulations.
So
that
then
make
on
sense.
that picture,
And
we want to put in
Argentina
a user
overnight
profile
is
picture.
experiencing,
So
a giant improvement in
let's add in
prosperity.
another
But it's
picture.
also a lesson for the United States, which
Image.
is that
This will be
Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries
user
in the world.
profile pic.
In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything, and it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted.
So then
Because
the user
with
profile
bad
picture will
government
go like
policy, we can run the
over it,
country into the ground, and
like
that's
that.
just something people should bear in mind. Don't
And then
take
we
prosperity
need
for granted.
Well, think
a
of
new
education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every
text
list of the top
GDI.
40.
This one will be
We're ranked number
called
40, number 38. Norway,
username.
Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. but we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states,
Yeah.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He he's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the
Yeah.
50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15
Yeah.
of them, or 20 of them will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of
Yeah.
these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debts, everybody working. They're really well run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of the land or the sun, and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you move education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But,
Yeah.
but if you think
Well,
about it,
yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than
Yeah.
half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care
Well,
about the
yeah.
students in these, faraway states. And
Well,
it'd be unbelievable.
yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states if each state has to compete against other states,
So
then
I want it to look
people
like
will
that
naturally
right.
when I'm
move
done.
to states where it's better.
Well, like
Um,
California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But
yeah.
but some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that
Yeah.
the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little
Yeah. Yeah.
monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give them a
So
little English, right?
should I
Sure,
try to
yeah,
set it
yeah,
up?
but I mean, too much. Some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state.
So I bet I
They should
could do
get
it.
U-Haul Salesman of the Year award
I bet I could do it.
because they're
So
driving
let's
so
take
much
this,
fuel.
It's
this,
actually
this,
Because
amazing.
people
this,
move it out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a
and let's group
businessman
them.
that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? Uh, I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I
Yeah.
mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil
Let's
company
see
just
here.
left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses and their taxes are already really high? Their taxes are among the highest
Yeah.
taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on?
I mean, I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal
Right,
government.
right. Well,
That's
you're
the
going to
only thing
have
that's going
that.
to get them to change.
You remember the
Yeah.
area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money,
All right.
and
Let's try to get it working.
they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah.
nasty
Yeah.
for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that I mean the larger point here, too, and as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money,
Yeah,
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt
Um,
worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years
sure.
ago, when you look at some of the food products in grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at
Yeah,
it's sticker
I
shock.
think
They
it.
call it
Yeah,
sticker shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation. Like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the '80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
That's right.
anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's an opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if there was
Elon, we
those two things, yeah, those are the big
yeah
deals.
we set a record. We did more deregulation and more
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk
restrictions on all of
too
the
and
different
spit on that
businesses than
thing.
any other president. Remember I had the rule for everyone we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did
Yeah,
radical cuts on all of that, and a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever, maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But if had that not happened, the gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But
yeah,
had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle income people, not only businesses. But we did it for
sure,
businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But the problem is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I
Okay,
wanted to do.
so
But
we've
we
got
had
it
the
there.
greatest for almost 3 years.
Then
We
what
had
we
the
yeah,
great,
need.
and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. they were having the best Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and
Sure.
we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and absolutely. And I mean, I should probably say something about like maybe my views on climate change
Yeah.
and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries,
Sure.
and it would help with prosperity
Oh,
in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my
this
view
picture.
is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable.
Because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah,
But there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove to get rid of it. He ended
yeah,
it. His uh, his secretary went in and she ended it. And what a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it. And I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure,
yeah.
really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, you know, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that
Yeah.
during that
I mean,
time,
my
something will
estimate.
come around that will be
Yeah,
very good.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more uh, aggressive than that. But it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. Um, but I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. Uh, I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates if you start going from two or
Right.
three to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2,
Hmm.
um, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over, like, and if I don't know, 50 to 100 years from now, yeah, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. Um, so
All right, I think I
it's
got
not
it
like
going.
the house is on
Oh,
fire
wow.
immediately, but
We're
I
chick.
think it is something we
Check
need
that out.
to move towards. And on
Okay,
on
so
balance,
we're
it's
gonna
probably
queue
better
up
to move
a new one here.
faster than slower. But like I said,
And
we're
we're gonna do
oversimplifying the oil and gas industry, and with
Batman. So we're gonna see if we're gonna get that new
I
toast.
think this can be done. Um, without people
We should get the
still
new
have,
picture
instead
of the text on the bottom.
Drive gas.
So that'll be pretty sweet if it pulls my profile picture from YouTube, my username, and puts the right
generally lean in the direction
text for the filter.
And I actually think solar is going to be a majority
We
of
shall see
energy generation
in just a
in
few
the
seconds
future, and
here.
certainly trending that way. And so you get the
All
solar
right,
power.
so Batman's queued
combine
up.
that with
Come on,
batteries,
work.
So because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and
Oh,
then you use
didn't
that
work.
to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable
wait.
solution. And that's what Tesla's
Batman
trying to move
filter
towards. I
toast.
think we've made a lot of progress in that regard.
Batman
And when you look at our cars, we
Oh, I didn't change the freaking filter.
environmentalism that caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast.
Oh, I changed it on banana. That's
I
why.
mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, the sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive.
So we want to keep Batman up again.
But I don't know. I like
We'll
to
see what happens this next time.
But I'm a big fan of, like, let's have an inspiring future. And
I think it'll work.
Let's work towards,
and it'll be pretty sweet.
Future.
Then it's a little bit more customized. So when you guys review something, you get your profile picture up
It's
there
very interesting. You use the word
with
global
your name,
warming.
some more visibility
Today they
too.
use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place.
And I think I have it showing for the whole minute.
But
So I might have to adjust that.
I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with
see, here we go.
solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll
We
be
get
the
nothing.
first. But it would seem that a solar panel on the roof, on
Yeah,
flat
turn on the
surfaces,
filter.
on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world
Get it activated.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear and probably some others are getting there, and that's very
Let's
dangerous.
see if it actually
We need
set.
a strong American president.
Oh, it didn't even
You
set.
don't want to have
Hold on,
a
let's test.
proliferation. But you have 5
Test.
countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way low. Russia and us are number
Target
one.
user profile image URLs
We're sort of
invalid.
tied. And China's far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up,
Target
maybe even
user
surpassing.
profile
But to me, the biggest problem
Yeah.
is not climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's
So that's why it
to me
failed.
the big problem is the nuclear power. The
Right.
power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk about I'll
nuclear power
prevent
is
world,
underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War III. I will, but the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think, nuclear electricity generation
Absolutely.
is underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. Um, and if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done. So that
maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have it,
name. The name is just, it's a rough name. There are some areas like
it's a rough
when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad
right.
branding. The
We'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. It has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No, that's not true.
But you're right about it.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
but you haven't been feeling so well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm only kidding.
It's fine, It's like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So it's really not something that So it's not as scary as people think, basically. But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think we need to be concerned about
what they've done to this country.
Obviously. Yeah.
Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. In the big case in Florida, we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani, and it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there, like in Manhattan. One of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now, Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion, okay? I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly. He's clearly like we just don't have a president. Right
you
now.
don't have a president, and she's going to be worse than him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is Well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean,
What the
you
heck,
don't have to
man?
even put up, and then they never find
Oh,
them
we're still
anymore.
Batman,
They
bro.
kill again, and then they let them out
How
again.
are we still Batman?
Our
Yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous place. And she is a radical left San Francisco liberal. And now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible. But she wants to be more Trump than
Well,
Trump.
yeah. Yeah.
Prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add
Yeah.
200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant I said, "Wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders." She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not
Yeah,
true. This is simply
no,
not
and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it's
simply not
not true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she can
Yeah.
say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered
yeah,
more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic. And if she's going to be our president, very quickly, you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of
yeah,
the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a
yeah,
sudden she's saying, "No, I will. I really want to see fracking." If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, uh, they won't vote for her. You know, like like the
yeah,
Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. That was a hard
yeah,
thing to do. Unification.
yeah. No, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. What does that say?
I think
Um,
it's highly
that's
disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they built, that can be swamped. We'll use a term that's
yeah,
appropriate, swamped. But they
yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this
Man,
better
I
than
don't know why I
anybody. By
can't
shooting
find this
enough
thing. I
missiles,
literally just
they
watched
can't
it like
defend themselves.
maybe last
You know, they
night.
just obliterate the whole
Yeah.
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
Yeah, no,
in
I
being
think you're right.
radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really, it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last like month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, and we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala's moderate when she in fact is not moderate.
Well,
So I
her
think
running mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now
yeah,
that's
yeah,
all
that's
I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she
Yeah,
believes in that too. I mean,
yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite. but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. Um, and uh, and I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country this election. And I mean that's I'm just stating my opinion. Um, now you know you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, you know, to not have disinformation on like during this discussion that we're having, like, and you know, there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship, even on Americans from other countries, and um, you know, what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it, and that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them, you know, with Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. It's, if you add up the European nations that, you know, in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in,
Yeah,
and they're in much greater risk. They they're right there. We have an ocean separating us from, in this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the
yeah,
Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is uh, they're in for 70 something million. I think even less than that, billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, you know, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, you know, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they
yeah,
should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States
yeah,
was subsidized.
yeah,
The United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I
yeah,
went in and I said, you
yeah,
got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in, and
yeah. I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses,
and then we get
even though
taken
like
advantage of on trade. So think
yeah,
about it.
well, I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's you know, it's like then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well, you know,
Um,
when you talk about
so
cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, you know, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are
yeah, yeah,
lunatics. You know, I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
yeah,
Now, they've taken advantage
yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to uh, inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard
your
because they don't
IDs
want to
as the
print it. You
titles,
know,
and
like we're having a
inside the
great
file will be their
conversation
points
right now.
balance. The next
Kamala
one, the
wouldn't have this
username path,
conversation.
this
She
will
can't
be
because she's not
users
No.
smart.
submitted.
You know, she's not a smart person, by
The
the
first
way.
one listed
She can't
there
have this
will be for
conversation.
triggering the first
And
words
Biden, we
action.
don't even have to
Like
talk
very
about
few
it. I mean, he couldn't have this
can just
conversation. He would have given
file
up on the first half of
a
a
chat
question.
and create their
He would
points
have
file.
walked out.
Right
He
now,
would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?"
I can't
So
believe I can't
anyway, but
find this
no, he
video on how
wouldn't
to
have
do
this.
That's
this.
true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that you know, we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you can
I'm
actually
able
have a
to get it out
conversation.
without because I get treated
this is a
unfairly
this
by
is a
the
really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation with you,
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
and you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like not
I
it's
swear
not
I watched
possible.
it
That's
like last
true.
Um,
night.
so this is like talking to an NPC.
No.
So it's just
Well,
impossible.
but think of it. We need a man or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. You know, I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner, we had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?" Let,
That's for
let me
sure.
tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But you know, we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But you know, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it. But I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if
Yeah,
it's true. But we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now you know
yeah.
Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating, or
No, it's
even
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is, the whole
Yeah,
concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I
it
saw a
would.
picture of her
Yeah, yeah,
on Time magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing, and
yeah,
actually, she looked very much like our great first lady, Melania. She looked, she looked,
yeah.
didn't look,
Yeah.
she didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the
It's
future is
true.
going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach
Right.
new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future. Um,
They want the
and I
American
think
dream
this,
back. You know, they want the American dream back. More important than anything else. It's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. You know, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
right.
could build high speed
Yep.
connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. Um, it's possible to solve traffic with tunnels.
That's right.
We already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you
Like,
did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see. I took a big glimpse at it, and it's incredible. You know, it's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
yeah,
You
and
don't even need much structure. You know, assuming you're in the right areas.
no, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities, but I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between
Good.
cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, "Wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the
Yeah,
world." That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an
and
American.
much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there. You know, with people, with crazy
Yeah,
people. much safer, much better. And it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating, and I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains they call them, I guess, and they
Yeah.
they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that um that I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for
Yeah.
improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save
Well,
lives and improve
shit.
people's
Yeah.
lives.
I don't know.
And
I worked very hard
and
on that.
you know that,
We got that
yeah,
down to the lowest number ever, and we got therapeutics approved in the
We'll have
FDA
to work on it
that
later.
people can't even believe the speed. But I
Did I
I
lose you
took them
all?
on.
Are you
I
all
don't think
gone?
they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were
Sorry I spent
really
so much
pretty
time
amazing. But the FDA
trying to figure that
takes too
out.
long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down
Had
to
to be done,
4,
folks. Had to be done.
and I
yeah,
got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
yeah. It just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah,
months. That improves people's lives. I
yeah.
think and but
Thank you,
I
Inquester.
I just wanted to hop on this point that like there has to be an active process
I don't know if I can
for
get YouTube user
reducing
profile
rules and
pictures.
regulations because otherwise they just keep building up
Maybe I
every year.
watched
You get
something
like
that
hardening of
referenced
the
Twitch.
arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever.
Everything points to
And then
Twitch,
and
so
then we
I don't know.
just
Kind of
just
weird.
ossify as a society. We can't
I'll be
make
right back in
any
a second.
progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. And but people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it
yeah,
approved where you can
yeah,
you basically you look. Nobody wanted the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it. Our country because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies. Nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
yeah,
Okay. And as you know, we got it
yeah,
done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58
yeah,
years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't because I mean, the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
sure,
Somebody signs, you sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country, you're not going to sue anybody. And we got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully, you never need it, but if you
yeah,
do, you don't have to travel to Asia. People,
right,
if they had money, they go to
yeah,
Asia, they
sure,
go to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and die.
yeah. Well, I mean, and actually, to give you some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We
Um,
did something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they just couldn't get it done, and I got it done. And
All right.
it's really something. But you're right. Some people go
Dr.
to
Pepper
Europe
sounds good?
because a drug
I'm
isn't
back. Let's
approved
play some
here,
Red
but it's
Dead.
approved in Europe, and it's a drug that,
Stop fiddling around.
generally speaking, would
Yeah.
work. It's pretty crazy.
You're
You're right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the pros and cons, like
Are they breaking up on us?
and like make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You get a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah.
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. What is the number? Wow. What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people that,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time. Hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's
of
what they say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the colleges over. I think it's ridiculous, but all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime.
Leslie, what are you doing?
Migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. Maybe I'll call it Kamala migrant.
You want to join for some
with all these things, I always try to get to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, have any of your friends, been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. And they just know
they always get away.
Nothing's gonna. And they don't even bother reporting it because they know that they're not going to, people are not going to get prosecuted. They just let, violent criminals out in New York.
The only one that gets prosecuted is Donald Trump. They don't get. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot-free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this? And I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and said, what the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system.
Shout out to Johnny Big Guns. Thank you for subscribing, Johnny. If you're watching the live, let me know in the chat you're here.
Obviously, allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent. And then you get a judge who's, a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though, because it could start the other way in areas where they hate Democrats. And you get into a Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City New York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say we don't want that to happen to us. There's no justice. You have an unfair system of justice, and it's costing
I gotta do my
New York
daily
State
challenge.
a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving, and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So all of that stuff is important, but the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of inflation.
I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Right, absolutely.
So,
and I want to congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. Well, I mean, I just say here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. and that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot.
we have some
And, you know, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now, but if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
It's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, I'd just like to note to people listening, like, I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record,
My camera's
I've
not
actually
moving.
I'm not like, some they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and, you know, solar and batteries helping the environment.
Follow me.
And
I do
and I actually
Like it wants to
you know,
do it
I
when it feels like it, and then it
supported
like
Obama. I
does.
stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and you know, so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I'm actually, I'd call myself, you know, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and you know, I think a lot of people thought, you know, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously, we're just going to see a
Who's this?
an even further left administration with
RXNTZ.
Kamala. That's my honest opinion.
What's up, Gabriel Fuentes? Gabriel Fuentes in the house.
Marxist economist.
You look familiar.
Google it. I mean, it's not.
Are you related
we're not
to
making this up,
who?
you know? That's how she was brought up.
Braden Burby?
So, and we just
Afraid
we
I've
wanna
never
have
heard of that
a future
dude.
That's prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture, and
What's up, Broken?
I think this is a case of the America.
That command is broken.
Is going to at a fork in the road, and
True.
and I think it will take the path, like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. And that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and you know, I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself, but I'm just trying to tell people my honest opinion, and I haven't been
Chillin', bro?
actually really active in politics before.
My fault. You look like someone I knew. No worries, bro.
Moderate,
No worries.
Moderate, slightly left.
Thanks for asking.
So this is to people
I
out
might
there
have been
who are in the
related.
moderate
You never
camp
know,
to
right?
say, I think you should support.
You never know if you don't ask.
Donald Trump for
So
president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, you know, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you are.
oh, now it wants to follow me.
But, you know, when
I
you
have
think of
made
her,
the arrangement.
San Francisco,
And,
15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He
waiting,
said it's the greatest city in America.
Dispatch is
And
what we
now
call
it's not. It's almost not livable.
See, that's pretty
there.
cool, huh?
And California likewise. And she was involved in the
just
destruction of
action.
San Francisco.
So I can
and
move
the
around.
destruction of California. And she
And my
will be
camera
involved
keeps
in
me
the
centered
destruction of
for
our
the most part.
country if people
As I
are
kick it
so
over here, if I kick
unwise
my
as
feet up,
to elect her.
and then like
And I
if
hope
I'm
that
working
doesn't
over
happen.
here,
And I hope the
broke
elections are going to
again.
be run
Broke again.
honestly. And
It must
we're going to turn this country around.
I'm watching your live vids. I'm always playing Red Dead Online.
And
Heck
we
yeah.
have to get rid of the criminals
That's
that have been,
sweet,
you know,
Gabriel.
given to us by other
It's a great
countries
game.
as they laugh.
Super
they
fun.
laugh at us. They
I've been
think
playing
we're
for 5
stupid
years.
to accept these people. These are radical.
Anyhow, sorry everybody if you don't
killers
want to hear Donald Trump, but
and terrorists. And they're in our country by the
I could have
hundreds
either
of thousands.
listened to him and not
And we have
stream,
to take them out.
or stream and listen to him while I stream. That was the options. Leslie just jack a horse.
Would agree with, which
did.
is that we want
I got you
safe
back.
and clean cities, zero borders. We want sensible government spending. We want to restore
I'm a fan of Trump.
reality
Keep
for
it going,
government
100%. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
judicial system, you know, stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right-wing positions? I think those are just that's just common sense, and that's.
Just let me know if you guys can hear it okay when this game's got
I don't understand, you know, the
music
whole,
playing.
they
What
call
I
it
could
progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country.
Tone down the game
And
a
again, I
little
told
bit.
you, their crime rates all over the world are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go. You and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down, and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end with this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA
This guy's a little glitchy.
doesn't prosecute and they just let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
nothing's going to happen.
Even worse, they prosecute the police officer. They go after it and they prosecute the police officer and they take away his pension. They take
That looks
away
like
his
defend
job.
the campsite.
He loses his family. He
Up
loses
there.
his house.
Well,
Citadel Rock.
I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when that was that case where
We're gonna go defend it.
sort of a gang of thugs beat up some police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is? I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States. And
Leslie,
that's
should
how-
we go to a
I mean,
private
this is
lobby
insane.
and
we lost
farm
one guy. What-
revenue agent
that-
roadblocks?
How can such a thing be allowed to
For
occur?
moonshine?
I've never
Shiner
seen
XP?
anything. We see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but
That might be
something
the
they're very
ticket.
proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting, a police officer. There were two of them, and you
Yeah.
had about six
Yeah,
of
yeah.
these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country,
Yeah.
if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad,
Yeah,
it's such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have crime, by the way, because we don't do anything about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we just cannot have a situation where our police officers are beaten up on camera by a gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land a plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it.
Maybe
And
we'll do a
happened? They
moonshine
all
mission
called
right
me,
now,
every one
and
of them. They said, we would be
then we'll
honored
go to a
take
private.
them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy.
I'll go get
But
one started.
It's one of those things.
I'll
And we
start
got it
my-
back. We
my
took it so
moonshine
many,
up and do a
MS-13 is probably
Yeah.
the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here, and their countries took them back. And because I said you're not getting any more economic aid, and once I said that, they were nice. They wouldn't take them back for Obama.
Yeah, yeah.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So if it's you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I
This
mean,
over here.
it's just that you want to have empathy for
Right.
people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep empathy. You got to say, like, what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to hurt? Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And they're smart people, and they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice
Yeah.
life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They
I don't think we have to take our time, because I think these give us a flat amount of XP.
And they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop
it's horrible.
crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities,
right.
because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is, like, we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and
right.
So we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about, and that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like, I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry, because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well,
so.
I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations, and we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't hear about the American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense. but you don't hear about the American dream anymore, and you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out
Yeah.
and do it, and they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all, where they have no money, where they
Yeah.
literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're
Yeah.
gonna do some great things, and I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military, we did so much, but I also learned, the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things. The people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I
Yeah.
know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if
Yeah.
we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
No, I think we're at a fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think you're the right path. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you
Sure.
got.
Yeah.
I know you got a lot of them. So I appreciate it. I'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right. That was a good conversation between those two.
You actually choosing to look like that?
Sorry, I was playing Borderlands 1 with my bro. No worries, brother. You don't gotta apologize for doing what you're doing. Just two guys shooting the shit. All right, let's go cause some havoc over in Butcher Creek. Oh shit. Dog up on me. Oh, motherfucking mutt ate me. Freaking mutt ate me. Damn it. Damn it, Jim. That bow reminds me of a Predator movie. I just chose Checkpoint. Why did they give us canoes on this one? What are we supposed to freaking do with those? Fucking worst Alright, I gotta deal with all these fucking dogs first. All right. Let's see how much these pay out in XP. I have not watched Deadpool and Wolverine yet. No. I don't really bootleg movies, and I'm certainly not going to go pay to watch a movie at the theaters. I'll watch it when it's available on Prime or Paramount or whatever streaming it comes to. Or maybe I'll rent it early for $7 or something. Something like that. Okay, my camera needs to like automatically lower itself down. The move thing's not really working out too well. I mean, a little bit, but sometimes it just stops and has a mind of its own, I suppose. Let's see this XP. What do we get for Ruthless? $549. That's it. Seems kind of light. Maybe they do pay out based on the time that you're in the mission. See how many bottles we got ready here. Two.
With Hickson and Danny Lee gone, well, it ain't quite the peace I hoped for. Maybe I'll never find that. But I can finally breathe. For now, at least. Who knows what the future will bring? Things never stay quiet for long. You got a good boss. All right, so.
All right, start a bootlegger.
Not sure if you heard, but the revenuers are out blocking roads now, stopping wagons, making everyone very nervous. But we ain't gonna run. We ain't gonna sit here and just wait for them to find us. And you go and remind them how nothing's certain but death and taxes.
What's up, Juan? I've been watching your streams. They're really cool. I'm new to Red Dead Online. What would you recommend is the best way to get gold after bounties? Well, if you want to do some glitches, you could get 100 gold bars and $10,000 in 10 minutes with the Lake Isabella gold glitch. But if you don't want to do glitches, bounty hunting is the best way to earn gold. The next best way to earn gold is do all your daily challenges. Every day. Get them streaks going. Gareth, how you doing today? That was a short roadblock, huh? Okay, private lobby should spawn us into spawn us in at a bootlegger. So let's get that going. Oh, it's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute. Go ahead and do some hunting and whatnot, Leslie, while we get this lobby going. Big game meat, whatever you need. Thank you, man. You're welcome on. I don't really do glitches, but I do get kind of slow. Yeah, I mean, with the Lake Isabella gold glitch wand, in an hour you'll have 300 gold bars and all the rolls and a couple gold bar horses, and you'll be set. It is overpowered, though. I'd stop coming in here for a few days because usually it's just you rambling about the Lake Isabella. And as soon as I get here, that's the first thing you say. We rambling? Well, hey, Gareth, we're not at the lake. But you're right. Somebody always asks how to get gold, and we always give the same answer, don't we? There's really not another answer to give, though. You know what I mean? What it all boils down to is the truth. Let me see. Dude, I need wintergreen berry. I wonder if I could find any around here. Probably not. I'm probably a little too far south. But I'll get some creeping time and whatnot while I wait for my other character to load in. Oh, wintergreen berry. Well, what do you know? I needed some of that for my stew. Cowboy chicken or whatever. Cowboy chili. Cowboy chocolate chili. Come on, camera. Fix yourself. Thing like so. I guess I'm going to turn that filter off. It's kind of broken. should get a bootlegger thing here popping up in a second. It's literally like always here. Well, dang. That's weird. No revenue agent. Let's go hunt down some revenue agents, Leslie. See a card up on the windmill. I'm gonna go grab that. There's a roadblock right down here, right? By the wagons, sometimes. Here, let's bring up the map. Let's have a look at the map. Dude, this map is still broken in Firefox. What the heck? All right. Bootlegger, bootlegger, bootlegger. We got flowers showing. The heck, hummingbird sage. All right, so what do we got? Yeah. So we're going to go see if we could get this one or this one. I'm going to try to trigger some of these bad boys. Good luck at the bad timing awards. Yeah. Oh, you had 5 dead gators ready? Dang. Sorry, Leslie. Now watch, this lobby won't have animals. Wouldn't that be something? Actually, I kind of don't see any. I see a couple peccary. Fucking horse, get out of my way. There's no smoke in the sky anywhere. No events triggered. That's weird. Legendary L. Well, at least we know things are spawning. Elk sedated. All right, I'll make my way over there. I'll grab a sample. You got a photo of it or want a photo of it? Give me a Gila monster. Thanks. I guess we should grab this bounty down the road. Pablo, did your thing turn on? Oh, the filter didn't kick in. Why did the filter not go?
What in the hell?
Man, did I break it? I think I broke it. I'll check on that in a minute. Let's see what the heck happened. Is there a metal detector at the plane? Daily is to take a picture. Oh, mine might be different, but I'm only like rank 4. I'll take a picture.
God damn it! Captured again.
Let's see if there's a metal detector thing at the airplane.
You foolish bastard.
Nope, there's not. Sorry. Yep. I don't know why Batman didn't work, Pablo. I probably broke it.
Hey, I'm gone.
I don't know how I would have broke it, but the filter didn't turn on.
Get this goddamn rope off me.
Maybe after I turn this guy in at Armadillo, it'll spawn that roadblock to the east of the sheriff's station. Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, shucks.
My main mic didn't turn off that time. It's supposed to. I probably broke it because I was trying to change something earlier. I have to go look at it. It hasn't the whole stream. Oh, really?
Go over yonder.
Jeez, man. Okay. What the heck's going on with Batman? Trigger Batman filter. Batman filter. Okay, so basically what it's doing here is it's toggling the microphone source. Oh, it's on a toggle. Why the fuck's it on a toggle? Oh, I guess it should toggle. Okay, let's make sure it's hidden. It'll go hidden, and then this one won't be a toggle. This one will be visible. So it'll select the Batman voice. Hide my microphone source, which will mute it. Unhide, make visible the virtual microphone. Trigger the Batman filter on the camera. Activate the snap camera. Make it visible, which is over the top of my regular mic. Oh. You know why? Because inside that source, inside here with the cameras, I put my microphone so you guys could hear me yesterday. So if I go into my Red Dead camera, the circle camera mask, there's a microphone in here. So let me delete that. And now it shouldn't have the second microphone. Why is the freaking thing ain't working too? Shit, Batman. Control Alt Shift F. G. Jeez. Okay, so Batman filter. Okay, so it's going to hide the mic, show the virtual mic, set the snap camera filter, turn on the filter, change the redeem name, make the redeem visible on the screen. What's this one? Points alerts. Source visibility, redeem. Oh. What? Okay. The redeem goes visible. And the points alert goes visible? Why? Wait. Points alerts. Oh. Okay. Yeah. It activates the point alert, and then it activates the point alert on whatever scene I'm on. So if I'm on a different scene, okay, then it's going to delay for 8 seconds. It's going to turn off the on-screen alerts, and then it's going to wait a minute, and then it's going to hide the virtual mic and show my regular mic, and then it's going to hide the snap camera, and it's also going to turn the filter off. Okay, and then it's going to delay for 5 seconds in case there's something in the queue. So now, for this one, I should do the same. Change toggle to hide, show, visible state, points alerts, microphone, hide, show. Okay. And then for the girl, hide the microphone, show the virtual, hide the virtual, show the microphone, and Odin, same thing, hide, show, hide, show. Okay. Okay. Is it only Batman? Or can you hear my other one also?
Let me know. On OBS, my microphone is showing muted. So, I don't know. It does sound a little more clear, but I don't know. You guys have to tell me. You guys tell me. Your mic muted, but it was delayed. Okay, but it sounds okay? And what was the delay? A second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds? It sounds okay? Okay, a few seconds. A few seconds before my mic muted. Let's see here.
So, okay, just like right there too, is that also delayed? So maybe what I want to do So it turns on the voice. We give it 300 milliseconds to make sure the voice is activated before it does anything else. Both were on for a few seconds. That's interesting because the microphone's supposed to mute before it even turns on the second mic. So maybe what I want to do is instead, as I want to go OBS, we want to go to sources, and then we want to source mute state. So state muted. We can try to mute it instead of hide it. Leave them both visible all the time. So I'm gonna. Both of them are active right now. So we got muted. And then I'm not gonna delete these. I'm just gonna disable them for right now. Disable. 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 Okay, so muted. Duplicate. Not muted. Okay. So duplicate. Duplicate. Move up. Move up. Mute the virtual mic. Unmute the regular mic. Okay, so let's it should mute this one. So let me switch the states. Virtual one's visible, but muted. Okay. Both of them are visible. One of them is muted. One of them is not muted. And now let's run banana and see what happens.
Okay, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Coming in hot, coming in hot. How we doing? How we doing? Was there a delay? Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. Okay, so then we could just probably delete these. Well, I'll leave them just in case. And now we're gonna do, well, what I should do is copy, go to here, and then paste, 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 paste. So we got microphone muted, virtual camera not muted. Then we got muted virtual camera.
No, not that. Virtual camera muted, and then microphone not muted. So you go here, you get disabled, you get disabled, and you go here, and then you get disabled, and you get disabled, and then you go here, and you go here. Okay, mute the mic, not mute this mic. Mute the virtual, unmute this one. Okay. Save. And here we go with the Batman. Okay, I'm going to keep talking.
While this thing changes over, how did it go?
Oh, did it quick switch? Oh, it took a few seconds for the filter to turn off. So the banana filter did not disactivate, which is interesting. So the filter here should disactivate Batman when this command finishes running. So let's see what happens when this filter right here should deactivate the filter over here. So yeah, it didn't. The command, the keyboard press did not turn off the filter. So actually, no. Sorry. This is the camera filter. That's working. It's the voice. Oh, damn. Should I put in there at the end then to deactivate the filter? Or I mean the voice
mod. So what we have is right here, we have select Batman. So then at the end, what the hell is that? Sorry. Voice mod. Okay, so integrations. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go to integrations, voice mod. Stop all sounds, maybe? Select voice. Is there a normal one? Let me see. Clean. So Batman, see, Batman's still on. How would I turn it off? Oh, did I just get kicked out of the session? I think I just got kicked, Leslie. That's all right. Leslie's in there. Okay, so is Batman too quiet also? Because look, I could like turn it up. So what we want to do, okay, I'm gonna mute.
I'm going to turn on the virtual mic, and then should I bump this up to like 62? So this is now a little bit louder. Maybe that's better. Look for default or no mod. I think it's right here. Turn off voice
Changer, and then it just goes to normal. But then I have to turn on, then it has to
turn on voice changer, activate a sound. What I want it to do is just turn off the sound. Or here we go. So it's going to activate the Batman voice, and then it delays for 300 milliseconds.
It delays for 300 milliseconds right here. And that's not long enough. That probably maybe needs to be like 1.5 seconds. Right? So, did we do girl already? Nope. Did we do Odin already? Nope. Okay, so we'll test it right here on the girl one. So let me put banana. Let's put that to 1500 milliseconds. And then let's go into girl. Let's bump this to 1500 milliseconds. And then let's paste in these guys. Okay, let's move them into position. Okay, so the first one, microphone muted. Second one, virtual microphone not muted. And then we gotta disable, 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 disable. Then we got a virtual microphone. Where the hell did it go? Right here. Virtual microphone muted. And then microphone not muted. Okay, microphone muted, virtual not muted, virtual muted, microphone not muted. And then, so everything else stays the same. But we got, so now we have instead of 0.3 seconds, we have 1.5 seconds. That should give it more time for the filter to activate, the audio voice filter. So let's run the girl, and I'll just keep on talking here, and let's see if it switches over, or if it's Batman for a split
second. Let's see what
happens. Okay. Okay. It was a little bit of Batman. There was a little bit of Batman in there. Right? Just a little bit, though. So, maybe 2 seconds. Let's go 2 seconds. We'll bump it up another half a second. Thank you, Big Cat. These are the things that I need you guys to tell me in the chat, so we could fix them. Okay, so now we do Hoden. And Hoden will be our final test. Let's see here. Paste sub action. And paste sub action. Move you up. Move you up. Move you up. And move you up. Okay.
microphone muted, virtual microphone not muted, microphone, virtual microphone muted, and microphone not muted, and 2 second delay, and then disable, 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 save, and Odin. Okay, mic check, 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 mic check.
check, mic 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 check. I think that was good. I don't think I heard any girl. No girl in there. What about you guys? That was spot on. Sweet. Victory! I dig it. Leslie, can I get an invite? Yeah, please have an invite. Stand louder, please. Sound like Raiden from Mortal Kombat? Ooh, should we rename it to Raiden? I want a scorpion one too. Get over here! That's dope. Raiden. You win. Flawless victory. Fatality.
A victory that only Odin can get. That wasn't too far off. Let's see here.
Mortal Kombat!
Oh, this is Scorpion.
Get over here! Round 1, fight.
Dude, the round 2 is so much crisper and louder.
Round 2, fight. Round 1, fight.
I think one's from Mortal Kombat 1 and one's from like Mortal Kombat fucking 10.
Finish him.
Brutality. That's what Goro would get. Goro. Brutality. Dang, I want to play some Mortal Kombat 1 right now. Thanks, Leslie. Missed them early PS2 days in Mortal Kombat. Shoot. I missed Mortal Kombat on Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. Sega Genesis was better because it had the 6 buttons. Well, PlayStation had the buttons too, but it had the triggers. I liked having like the kicks and the punches all together. Low, medium, high. Or wait, am I thinking of Street Fighter? How's your moonshine doing, Leslie? Did you check on that before you jump into the posse? Mine's got to be almost done because I was AFK for 13 minutes to get kicked out. So Leslie's over here. I'm gonna guess that she was skinning geeses before I got here. I didn't get to play the chance to play like that. I kind of feel like a retro day, guys. I know nobody watches when I'm doing retro, but we've only done it twice in the past. Kind of feel like maybe like not going like all the way retro, but maybe just like maybe I'll just play some Mortal Kombat on PlayStation. I got Super Smash Bros. On Switch, dude. That's hella fun. Although I haven't played that in a year, maybe. I haven't played Mario Kart in like 6 months. I haven't touched it this year. No, they gave us a new track not too long ago, and I did that one. Oh, mine's almost ready, Leslie. How's yours looking? They came out with the friendship fatalities. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the heck is that? I don't even want to see those. Is there anything good on Game Pass this month that's coming out? There's a handful of us retro guys and gals that'll watch. Oh, Leslie's got a batch ready. All right. I joined the girls club. I'm in the girls club. Been waiting to play some Donkey Kong, some original DK. Man, when I was in high school, I want to say junior year, 1996, late 96, summer, early spring 97. Bro, I'd go to my friend Charlie's house after school, and dude, we would just smoke weed and play Donkey Kong Country all fucking night long, dude. we would fucking get down with Donkey and Diddy. And we'd just be fucking puffing joints all freaking night long, dude. For like months, dude, we just played the shit out of Donkey Kong Country. Dude, I think we were playing on N64. We're going to Butcher. That thing's telling me to go the wrong. Are you stuck, Leslie? Or maybe you're just being nice and waiting for me. Oh, play some Cool Spot? Bro, from 7-Up? You know what game was cool like when I was really young? TNC Surf Designs. And then in the arcade they had 720 in the arcade with the ball, and the bees would come after you. TNC Surf was cool though. It had a couple cool stages. And Bionic Commando. Dude, I want to play some Bionic Commando. Bionic Commando was cool. Oh, I just realized my virtual microphone, guys, the volume is not the same as my regular one. So now Batman is going to be a lot louder because I just jumped it up. Yes, fuck yeah, some Bionic Commando. Dude, Bionic Commando was legit a cool ass game, dude. You had the outer world map, and then the missions were just freaking cool. And then some Batman Forever, why not? All right, we're gonna have to. Oh, some OG Star Fox. We're gonna have to check the emulator situation here in a second. After I run my wagon with Leslie, I'll call it a night for Red Dead, and then we'll just go. We'll go overtime. We'll do a little bit of overtime, just looking at emulators. I gotta find them, dude. Where are they? Oh, I bet you they're in my freaking D drive. D drive. Gosh, dude, I used to be organized back in the day.
Ooh, FFmpeg. Heyo! Here we go. Shout out to Chris. Redeeming the banana. Okay, oh, here we go. ROMs. NES. USA. I got every game. Every game ever made. Oh, Bubble Bobble was fun. Bionic Commando. There it is. Will it open? I need to, okay. Where's the emulator? Where's the emulator? What do we got? Oh, we got Nestopia. The directory E-ROMs doesn't exist.
Do I want to create it? No. Why would it be looking in my E drive? Oh, man. File. Open. ROMs, NES ROMs, USA. Hang on, we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. I gotta run my thing for Leslie. Leslie, drag me into your shack when you get there. Anyone play Project Eve on PS2? 4-player split screen co-op. Oh, it was on. You said on PS2. I'm not sure. I don't remember it. I had stacks of bootleg PS2 games
Me and
though.
your boss, we'll be running this whole state within the year.
Bro, why did it kick me like all the way down the street? You had to have the adapter for 4. I know that triangle adapter with 2 on each end. We had those. And the memory cards for sure. Them freaking 8-bit, 8 megabit fucking memory cards.
We have a batch ready to go. C'est parti.
Remember when console generations actually had like giant fucking leaps of technology gain? Now there's like not much. Like between a PS4 and a PS5, you just get like better performance. That's it. Back then, like one generation, like Super Nintendo gave us like the new triggers on the controller at the top. PlayStation gave us the analog joysticks. PS3 gave us network connectivity and controller vibration and rumble, and like, you know, each one had like something new. Are you in the posse, Leslie? Let me get you in. We got Shine
I
ready.
have a list of new patrons for you.
Oh, she's in.
D'accord.
Hank Andrews, my dude.
Ah, I was wondering when you were going to get here. This is a good batch, of course. They are all good batches, but this one is superior, eh? I have found a buyer who will appreciate it. And most important, they will pay for it too.
Dude,
Now, all you have to do is to be
we've got no
attentif, eh? Seigneur, ayez pitié.
the project's over. The project with my friend. So we're back to normal Thursdays and Saturdays. Although I still might do an afternoon on Saturdays. Because I can still do that. But maybe Thursdays I'll have to just change it up. Sorry, Leslie, I left you. I'm just talking to the chat and I wasn't being a good posse leader. Maybe we'll do Throwback Thursday. And just do a little retro. Just for a couple hours. What do you think, Leslie? Are we going to get that wolf? Maybe I'll let the chat vote on the game and the console. You'll have your selection between fucking ColecoVision and PS1. Maybe I shouldn't even let you go PS1. Leave it strictly cartridge. Cartridge-based retro throwback Thursday. Picking any game you want that released on cartridge. Wait, do we get credit for clearing a roadblock here, Leslie? No, we don't. That would've been great. Can we get an emerald wolf? I remember missing the bus because I was playing Resident Evil. I remember those mornings. Gotta freaking, you're just gaming to the last freaking second before you gotta walk out the door. I got another capture card coming. I got another Elgato HD 60S on eBay for $45. Can you believe it? Then I could leave one in my streaming computer. And I don't have to swap them out. Because normally I always got to fucking swap the mic, swap the camera, swap the fucking capture card, swap the stream deck. I wish these buyers would stay at their same fucking house. You know, sometimes you go up to this house and it's fucking Hank, and sometimes it's Charlotte, and sometimes it's fucking Frank, and sometimes it's fucking Nathan. Like, these NPCs should fucking have their own fucking house. And if you're delivering to Frank, you know where Frank lives. You got a space on that, Chris, in between the exclamation and the redeem. You gotta remove that space.
And forgive me if I slip and stab you in the face.
I shouldn't have gone over this way. I missed my path, my driveway. I think I lost the bottle. Yep. Got it all sold. Alrighty, Leslie. I'm gonna hop off the Xbox now. Appreciate you. Bro, can we get audio up in this mofo? I want to hear it. Oh, dude, it doesn't show up. Oh, it does. Wait, it's not doing nothing. Oh, I gotta get my controllers connected. Shit. I don't have a controller plugged into my freaking. Oh, shit. Can I keyboard and mouse it? I turn the volume down a little bit. I wonder if I plug this into my computer, will it map? It probably won't map with the game on. Super Joe! Damn. All that, and we're back at the intro. Yeah, the controller is not mapped. Hold on, let's see here. Options. Input. Jeez. My joypad's not. It's not recognized. It means I probably got to close this and then open it. And then map my input. Oh, now we got it. Okay, cool. Okay, so file. Oh, I guess I still have to map buttons. Pad 1. Left. Up, right, down, select, start, BA. Auto fire, BA. Mike? Mike? Bro, ain't no freaking Mike on Nintendo. Shit, I went full screen on my other monitor. Oh, dude, I went through the roof and fucking hit the deal. Where did the dude go? How did I jump through this thing? Old school. Bionic Commando. Taking us back. Is there any retro character filters? Shoot, should we make some? I don't know, cause like I'm only using for the camera. Come on, camera, go put me back in the center. For the camera, I'm only using why? There it goes. For the camera, I'm only using Snap Camera, which is disabled. They no longer make it, so I'm using the hacked version, the backup of the backup. So if Snap Camera had like a, Mario, Luigi, Zelda, something like that, a link that I could put on, that's the only way. Because I don't know another program that does filters that I could trigger with the command. Because the reason I use Snap Camera is because the filters let you assign a hotkey. And so then in my script, when you run the command, I could tell it to activate the hotkey, which will activate the filter. So that you in the chat have control over the programs I'm running, right? So basically you type exclamation Odin in the chat and it hits my keyboard, Control Alt Shift F11. And so even if there is another program that allows filters, I still need a way to control that. The filters have to still have key binding or an integration of some sort, an API or something. This man forgot the board. Did I forget a board? What you talking about? Did everyone else see what the cameraman did there? I moved him over. It's not tracking my face over here. Oh, there it goes. What if I stand up? Hey, I think it needs to like triangulate my eyeballs in order to work. Like if I'm looking at this monitor, it can't get this eyeball for my position. What if I go down low? Kind of works. It's not perfect. It's a work in progress. You forgot the game? Been that long? Hey, bro, I haven't played Bionic Commando. Was there a board I was supposed to pick up? I haven't played Bionic Commando, bro, since 1989. But yeah, it does work better if I'm looking at the camera. I could make it react faster too, but kind of just want some slow motion. Just catch up to me. Oh, you forgot the board. Bro forgot the board. Board is what we called levels. Yeah, okay. I got you. I'm with you on that. I thought you meant like I legit forgot like a motherboard that I was supposed to pick up or something.
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it and spit on that thing. You get me?
My man beat the last board on Donkey Kong. I mean, I could do other things instead of camera filters. You know, like fucking PNG tuber or VTuber. You know, virtual fucking avatars. Those work. I keep trying to use my my analog. My analog joystick. I didn't have that. We're using old-fashioned D-pad here. Dude, I bounced off homie's head, dude. That wasn't supposed to happen. Game over. That dude tricked me, bro. He's following me. I'm gonna give it another go. One more go.
Go here. Oh, banana. Activated. Okay, I remember there was something special about the pink pinks. What was special about the pink boards? Oh, I can transfer? No, we're gonna descend. We're gonna descend. Let's go! Come on, buddy. Fall down.
Do the wiretapping real quick. Where's the elevator? Okay. Now we have you. You got shit, boy. I don't think I can help. I want to go that way. Oh, come on, bro. I was trying to swing him. Dang it. Alright, I'm gonna have to get the timing down because I gotta make this jump, it looks like. Oh no, bro. I gotta make the swing. Oh, come on now. Oh boy. GoldenEye? I did GoldenEye last time. Oh my god, bro, this is hard. Oh, I don't get. Oh, we got a light right there. Dang. Duh. I didn't realize we had a light, guys. Oh, it disappeared? What's up, Arrested? We're doing a little retro overtime right now. A little overtime extra. He said beware the elevator, didn't he? Got you now. Should I try to swing over there, guys? Ooh, can I get through this? Is there a secret wall? Oh shit, we made it, folks. Can I go in here? Come back up. Oh heck. That was a close one, huh? I got one extra life. One life to live. What you gonna do with it? Come on, pal. This game's hella fun, dude. I mean, you know, in its own way. Can't fucking get up on that other one. It keeps bouncing me off the wall. Getting the hang of it. Yeah, we'll get there. Anyhow, guys, I think maybe on Thursday we'll do some retro throwback and play some of these play some old games. I'll let you guys pick the game. What do you think? Good idea? Bad idea? I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? What we play. All right, we're gonna end that though. End that for now. Okay. Now, if I could have got that thing to work where I could get this thing to turn on, which you can't really see because that's in the way. So I want this to work, but I can't figure out how to get the picture to change to your YouTube username. All I could get is Twitch usernames. So, just don't know what to do there. Just don't know, folks. Anyhow, y'all.
All right. I think I'll call it a night.
That's gonna do it. We'll catch you guys on the next one. Appreciate everybody stopping by the stream today, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting.
Thanks for redeeming filters. You know, gosh, you guys. You made me blush. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff, for the stream. You're welcome, ST Hunter. I appreciate you guys. Wow. You caught me on the outro, Beacon. Dude. Alright. I don't know what to say. Should I let my hair flow? It kinda doesn't work. Oh well. Oh well, man. Should do more of that. More what? More retro? No, that's some catfishing. I can't do it. You guys gotta do it with your commands in the chat. Big Cat turn this one on. We got 4 that you can do.
They're only supposed to last for a minute. There it goes. You could do Batman, you could do Girl, you can do Odin, and you can do Bananas. And they're controlled by you guys in the chat. See,
Chris just turned on banana. Oh my gosh. And now we're gonna be the banana for a minute. And this is how it works there, ST Hunter. Exclamation, girl, banana. I'm just a girl. You can see me singing that song. Banana, Batman, Odin, and girl. And we'll add more when I find good camera filters that match with audio tracks. You know? I'd really like to get a Donald Trump going. If I can get a good Donald Trump voice and a Donald Trump filter. Just with the hair, you know? Just with the Trump hair. And maybe it'll slap me in a suit. I don't know. Hey, shout out to Big Cat for letting us know that we had doubled up microphones. Glad we got that sorted out. Find a Tupac one and start rapping.
we'll see. We'll see. Just ask him to come over for a sit down. Anyhow, guys, yeah. So thanks for stopping by the stream. Thanks for your likes. Thanks for chatting with me. just thanks for supporting me, man. Just being here is all enough support. So, shout out Leslie Anderson. There's her link to her channel. It should have also there it goes. Yeah, they should have grabbed the keyword from Leslie's channel from Streamlabs, so it did. So it dropped both. Heck yeah. I like how I could make those commands come from me, not Streamlabs, because then I could, if I see blue in the chat, I know it's one of you guys. Not Streamlabs is always so annoying for me when I look at my chat, and then I'm just trying to see is it just all Streamlabs or is somebody actually talking to me? Do you know what I mean, man? Anyhow, so I matched the virtual microphone to my normal microphone audio. So those
Last two redeems, and this one. Get over here. Nope, it's not. That's not it. Is the audio good? Like it's not too loud? Fatality. Round one. Fight. Round two. Liu Kang wins. Fatality. The gods must be crazy. That is dope. It's fucking epic! Yeah, the audio will definitely wake you up with earphones on or headphones. The volume is by that person's device, not your end. Well, I can control it in my audio mixer. Also, I can control it in the sound. So I have two means to control the audio. So...
okay, so let me just flip you back here real quick. So in the voice mod, because we're gonna trigger the voice mod, right? So the Odin voice, for example, the voice volume is set right now to 76 over here. Okay, but then in OBS, it's right here. It's matching the audio 6.8 decibels. It's the same as my mic right now. It's giving off the same decibels here. So even though it's the same decibels here, I could still make it louder in voice mod. And that's what I want to see is my microphone balanced when that one turns on? Like, are they the same? Because if that one kicks on and it's way too loud, you guys need to tell me, hey, tone it down, bro. Tone it the fuck down. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? That's what I want to kick on. See how it says 2 smoking barrels activated Batman filtered for 1 minute? I want like that, because that's how it would show up in Red Dead. Right? In Red Dead, turn off that. In Red Dead, it would pop up like if you had a new mission objective, it'd pop up like that. But I can't get this shit to align. I can't get it to align. Like if I change if 2 smoking, because it grabs your username and puts it there, and a shorter or a longer username is one's going to be way over to the left or overlapping the word activated. I just can't. So then today, I was like, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just write a quick index file and JavaScript, right? So I just wrote this quick redeemed, right? And actually I tried to embed a text right here and that failed. So I have to put that back to class, span, username, color, span, percent, username. So yeah, so span. So right. So I wrote
this. It's basically just this one line of code, right? HTML, basic HTML. And then we linked to style CSS. So I created a class for username and a class for redeem name. And then over in the style sheets, username is blue and redeem is yellow. And it's in a wrapper. And then the whole paragraph is white. Right? And then so if I open that, let me see here. Well, actually, if I just open it in OBS and open up the HTML. Wait, we need to refresh it. What the fuck?
Is it still blocked like that? Did I save? Maybe I didn't save. Hold on, let's go back here. Let's file, save, minimize, refresh. Okay, so you could get it like this, where's it at? Fuck, it's fucking hidden back here. Dude, it's hella fucking blurry, isn't it? What the fuck? Transform, reset. Oh. So, anyhow, whatever. So, that's what comes in the code, but I can't freaking, oh shit. I can't pull that data from StreamerBot and plug it into the HTML code. So, you know what I got to do? I got to fucking jQuery and JavaScript the whole thing. So then I could run a query in JavaScript to pull the username, write that to a file, or write it into a table, or just query it, and then use the query to fill in the name. Basically, I got to JavaScript it, or Python, one of the two. Java's probably easier. I can just query. You know what I'm saying? Want to figure out the answer? ChatGPT can help diagnose the code. Well, I mean, the code is a one-liner HTML. You know what I mean? The code's easy. I just realized that I can't inject into, because how are you going to tell it where to put it, right? In just HTML, how are you going to tell it, like, put it here, right? So I could run a query, and then I could get it, and then I could run a get, and then I could just put right there. That's where the get goes, and then we get the get going, and then it's done, and then it could show up like that. But I just got to look at. I gotta figure out the query. I got to figure out the YouTube code stuff. Like, what's like, what do I query? That's the information I can't find online for YouTube. It's easy stuff for Twitch, but you know, I'm like, okay, what's the URL on YouTube for a person's profile picture? Try to find that. It's not a simple query. I don't know if they allow it. Like, it might change all the time. It can't possibly change all the time. Because if you go to your profile and you right click and you look at the URL of your profile picture, it's going to be the same as if you did that tomorrow. So I don't know. Privacy? No, because I could have it like. No, because like, okay, remember when I used to use what did I used to use? What did I used to use, guys? Remember I would put your messages on the screen and it would have your profile picture. Remember that? I think I was using like Twidget. I think Twidget. I don't know. Do I still have fucking Twidget installed? Twidget. Install on Windows. Wait, I don't have Twidget installed? Yeah. Anyhow, so if Twidget could pull the data, there's a query. I just need to figure out the query. Maybe Chat GPT will tell me that. The whole thing with Chat GPT is you need to fucking know what you want done. Like I know what I want to do, but how do I fucking ask it? Oh, my fucking code's fucking broken also. Right here. My code is broken right here. Refresh browser when source becomes active. Yes. Refresh browser cache now. Oh, it's still broken. I got a carrot on there. Why do I got a carrot on there? Oh, because, yeah, we have a carrot right there. Username activated. Size. Wait. 1920 by 100. Oh, is it trying to use my fucking CSS code right here? I have to make the text bigger in there too, but anyhow, the one below it looks a lot better though, right? This one here. That's how I want it to end up looking. That's blurry as shit though. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, it looks clear and crisp, yeah. I don't remember you telling us. Maybe I missed that. Telling you what program I used? No, we were doing this one. I don't know. I used two. I was using Twidget, and then I was using OBS Ninja. Ninja did the emote wall where it would spread the emotes all over the place. Remember that? And then that one, like every time they fucking update it, you got to update all the fucking HTML in all the browser sources. And I was like, fuck, I'm done, dude. I'm fucking done updating that shit every time you guys run an update. Like it doesn't keep like your fucking user tag at the end of it. It's always changing those last 8 characters. And I was like, can't you just like I'm signed in. Can't you just give me like a fucking permalink, dude? Like, why's it gotta change? So I stopped using it. I said, fuck that. Also, because my computer was fucking crashing, dude. And when I was looking it up, like it's also around the time when we started playing Helldivers too, but I was still getting computer blue screens. And some of my errors were fucking related to Chrome extensions, crashing my shit. And that had to be ran in a Chrome extension with the fucking Chrome pop-up window open with the chat all the time. And I was just like, it ain't worth it, bro. I just need my fucking computer not to crash. So, got rid of it. But now, like, OBS has emote wall built in. I'm pretty fucking sure. Yeah, OBS has they have their own fucking emote wall built right in. Well, OBS doesn't, but Streamlabs does, and OBS has a Streamlabs plugin. Mm-hmm. Anyhow, I got the face tracker plugin, and I got the NVIDIA AR. So I could now make it where you guys could fucking slap the fucking goggles on me and the fucking joint go into my fucking mouth and it does the fucking, you know the meme, the fucking gangsta meme. You're fucking gangsta. Slap the fucking lokes on with the fucking joint coming in. And it can now track where are my eyes and put the fucking glasses in the right spot, no matter how my head is, and then stick that joint in my mouth and play the fucking music. so that's the next filter that's coming for you guys. That's the next one. Some lokes and a fucking spliff. Making progress. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. Anyhow, I got this code showing, which is kind of embarrassing if a coder stops by my stream and be like, look, I only needed one fucking line of HTML, bro. We weren't trying to fucking script something. I know I don't stream, but I still mess with Streamlabs and OBS. Did you get that green border and webcam going for you? I need to make a chilling out scene. You know? Just like a we're hanging. So when I find stuff, you mess with it. Sweet. How should I do like my hanging out? Should it be like I guess I should just have a scene that's just my fucking webcam, huh? Just one big ass fucking webcam. Let me duplicate this one. And let's just call it fucking webcam only. And so let's just leave everything here, but we'll hide. Okay, we'll keep the soundboard, we'll keep the microphone, we'll keep the alerts. That we'll keep, and then we'll turn off the game. But then we'll bring in my other camera. I don't know. We have to see which camera is actually better quality. Where is my fucking camera, yo? Okay, video capture device. Add an existing one. Why is this like not even the right size, bro? Transform, reset transform. You know what? I can't do that because it's using the same filters that are applied to other scenes, which means I have to take all those filters off and apply them to the scene instead of to the source. That's what I got to do in order to fix this. So let's get rid of this one. Remove. Let's just put in the other camera for now. The snap camera. For this one, this is the one where I should probably put my 4K camera on that I use for like normal like business meetings and stuff. Where is the snap camera? Oh, that one's horrible. That one's fucking horrible. That one's fucking horrible. That camera's got terrible quality. But we can hang out. We can have a good time. I need to reposition it. Also, like, it's showing through the border, isn't it? That's kind of cool, actually. Like, you could see my hoverboard up there, up in the top, up there. My hoverboard and my Yoshi. Look at all these microfiber towels I have. 2, 4, 6. Some fucking glasses. Use NVIDIA broadcast. Doesn't that use my GPU though? More? I'd rather just not have it using my GPU. Just using CPU. Because right now my CPU is only at 4.4% usage right now. But I do have NVIDIA Broadcaster installed, so we might have to. Anyhow, this camera is shit, dude. I need to hook up my 4K camera. For something like this, where you got me in fucking 1920 by 1080 with my whole fucking shit showing. Or I could just like maneuver it like that. Still the same thing though. End of the day, End of the day. But you could have virtual background and stuff. Oh, I mean, I could do that right now. I could do that right now. Watch. Filter. Add a new filter. Background removal. Let's find a picture to put behind this. Let's go into here. Here. Streamer. Where did I put the... Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Okay, so let's put in... This fucking picture's huge. You know, we could play around with it. Doesn't help that I'm wearing a black shirt though. Put on a big old bright fucking red shirt. No mess up with that with the green shirt. Yeah. It does an okay job. But yeah. All right, back over to here.
All right, I think I'll call it a night.
We're not going to let the music go, though, all the way. Okay. All right, y'all. So that's going to do it. Thanks again for being here once again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. So have a great day. Have a great night. Your room is good, so you don't need a back. Yeah. It's, but you know, like, I could like turn this TV on and have it like display something, you know. Even my iPad right here can be displaying something. And I could turn all the lights, the RGB. There's RGB behind all these TVs, except for the one over here, the big one. But these two 55 inches have Dream Scene, and then the 43 right here has a similar thing, but it's not Dream Scene. Then there's the flow lights behind the cabinets here, so the light comes up from behind them with the Govee flows. So there's a lot of RGB that could be on this wall if I turned it on. Why not just put your logo? Well, the reason I don't really mess with it too much, come on camera, move back down here. I gotta look at it. There it goes. It's moving. Come on. Get down. Get back to my level. There we go. I gotta fucking fandango that camera, bro. The reason is mostly because like I play Red Dead and mostly I'm in a little circle thing and I don't need nothing behind me. So I don't have to have a TV on putting out more fucking heat. You know what I mean? But if I had switched to like just chilling out and chatting with you guys on a full screen type deal, then we'll have to do something. We'll have to do something. We'll have to at least turn the RGB on so that the wall's not all fucking plain white. You know what I mean? Turn the flow bars on. Turn on the dream scenes. They could be on without the TV being on, and I could program them to RGB. Well, I already have I have all the RGB programmed already, but so they could still be on with the TVs off. But yep. All right, guys. That's it. We out this time. Have a great day. Have a great night. Be safe. Be well. And until next time, everybody, peace out.